I don't know what was going on. I feel like every time I start this game, I don't know where I am or what I'm doing. Oh, right. We're moving into witness number 2. Who is sure to help us just so much. Why is my stream unstable? Looks okay. I don't think I've had longer than a 10 stream streak on anybody ever. It's crazy that you guys are out here with fucking more than 20, let alone 125. That's crazy. Okay. Now, we need to hear the name and occupation of the witness. She's very forthcoming. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Ugh. Huh. Gotcha. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. He forgot that this woman was in the room with him. Oh, edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand? I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Ms. Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Dude, someone take that away from her. Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam? Don't call her madam either, though. I think that's also bad. No, please, by all means interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Ms. Oldbeck? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean, you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on-guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Carita. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying. Yeah, but On Guard is clearly the face of he's you know, he looks like a little boy on purpose. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. I wish you wouldn't talk like that. No one likes it. What you witnessed, alright? Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. I don't think you should have been doing that, but okay. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was On Guard. Matt On Guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So, Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. He's got to go fucking get scammed by, Lou Pearlman or whatever his name was. Edgeworth does not have time for this. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Thanks. Thanks so much. I want to be here so bad. Okay. She went to pace around in the hallway in front of the room. Ms. Oldbeg, What was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. She's crazy. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door. Okay. Something she was interested in finding out. Something you were interested in, and just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. Ha, and Edgy-Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. It looks like we should enforce it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? That's not what she... Okay, that question doesn't match what she said next. Oh? Then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Kurita's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, does she have an age listed? No. Also, how come Nick doesn't know what her name is? What's that about? The witness then saw someone, correct? No, I think her name was her name in there. I'm pretty sure she was listed by name, not security lady. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room? It was. He was. Yes, he was. Ha! I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now. Don't talk about using... Don't talk about using whips in court. Can we just, like, get rid of the whip? Like, in general? Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. It was Matt on guard. You saw my client. Are you sure about that? You see? Really? Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Well, it sounds like she can't use her arm right now, so maybe it's fine. The person's face. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail. You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair. His sparkling, shining teeth. His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie. This week's pinup? Why do you... I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night. Bro does not want to talk about this week's porn. What? Ongart's face is the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I think it... I mean, I feel like we have to say it's important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Whoa! Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say. Mr. Wright, there is something much more valuable than a person's pride. Okay. And that is time. Please don't waste this court's precious time with worthless questions. Yes, Your Honor. I think I just wasted his good favor. We've never had good favor from him. She may or may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us. Really bad. I mean, Nick, you can't expect everybody to get up on the stand and perjure. But that's also how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. I would love to see Mia try to deal with her. Okay. It's true, but like, I just feel like he can't expect that to be the case. Always, you know? What was the man you saw carrying? In which hand? His right or his left? Now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question. Indeed. Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright. Excuse me? I don't care what hand it was in. Tell me everything that he had. What do you mean? What the fuck are we doing here? Speaking of wasting time. Sorry. What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand? He wasn't carrying anything in that hand. Then how about his left? Empty. Well, this whole thing has been a lot of nothing. So, Mr. Wright? Okay. It was always important. It's always definitely important. Okay. So we're basically in the same situation we were in. Oh my god, hi. We're in the same situation that we were in last year. Okay, the person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does. It literally does, and you were here the last time it did. Now, what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. He was wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. She's crazy. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? What? How am I in this situation with all three of these questions? Oh. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright. Witness, please. Okay, no worries, thanks. We appreciate lurking as well as chatting. Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it. She is so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. Okay. Yeah. They do. I usually use Nightbot for like the ones that are just like a chat thing, and then Saribot has a bunch of built-in ones too, but... Okay. I think I have one. It's usually whatever they've appended. Okay, so he couldn't have been wearing... Okay, that's what we're getting at. He could not have been wearing the racing jacket. She couldn't have seen him in that because he had his costume on. So maybe we present the button. Okay. Ms. Oldbeck. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Jesus, fucking calm down. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Number 2? Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. It's fucking court evidence. Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. But it's his blood. Of course she wants it. This button was discovered on Mr. Onguard's body during a full body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was that rascal Onguard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? See? And Onguard is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Onguard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I love that she's fogging up the inside of the inside of the thing. It's so funny. Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe you'd think, but instead I have to put up with wearing this ridiculous-looking outfit. You'd agree this outfit is hideous, right? I've got a tape recorder stuck in my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy. So heavy, I wish we would switch to CDs ages ago, but I'm keeping that dream alive for all those kids out there. I work hard with a smile on my face, don't you understand? I had to take a breath, and I ruined it. Hi. Whose emotes are those? That's crazy looking. Jesus. Now, hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Onguard, the man, but Mr. Onguard, the nickel samurai. But when you think about it... No, come on, Wendy. They're really one and the same anyway. Ms. Oldbeck, this is a very important point we're talking about. They look crazy like that. Angie, Poe, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. He can't do that. What do you mean? It does still look crazy like that, but I feel like it at least doesn't look so much like a salamander out in the pond. Witness. Think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Because it's like wall-eyed. You know? They have that face. Onguard. Onguard. Yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai. That's right, it was the nickel samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Why would he do that? Why would he do it? I knew it. My comparisons are perfect every time. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ha, young'uns today. I told you, there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? This is what I'm saying. Whoa! That's like every emote they have. Because I said so. And what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Thanks. I love it here. Oh, it's different. I didn't mouse over them. I like the side-eye one a lot. Also the one that where they're dead in the coffin. I need to make more emotes. Okay. Would you please get on with your testimony? Huh! Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? Whoa. That one's scary. A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something with this racket? 3-stream streak. Honestly, the points award between 3 and 125 is like not that much. They should be giving you more for 100. Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick just to the facts. Okay. You promised, right? Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. I need a points sync. Because I know that Paper's over there with fucking like 4 million points or something. I'm exaggerating and I still might be falling short. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Okay, it was the Nickel Samurai that she saw. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket and now he's not? Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Whoa. Miku legs. Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? Judge Wagner? See? And look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? Since day fucking dot, dude. What do you mean? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Yeah, her name is Wendy Oldbag. Who the fuck is Judge Wagner? Okay, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. No, her name is actually Oldbag. For some reason, she's credited here as security lady, because for whatever reason, Phoenix doesn't know what her name is, but her last name is legitimately Oldbag. Everybody has, not everybody, but like a lot of the characters have like a pun for a name. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. After there was blood on it? Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the Jammin' Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. Great. Anyway. So, let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai? As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? No, dude, fucking... Maya's gonna fucking die. You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is, what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. I love how whenever... Sometimes Phoenix will say the exact thing that I'm thinking, and I appreciate him for that. Okay, it was the Nickel Samurai. It would have been convenient. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. So he must have worn... when he was stabbing Juan, but we know that he didn't stab him to kill him. He was strangled first. And why would he stab him if he's in costume? Do we think this makes sense? No. It sure doesn't, for whatever reason. I think I'm... It's sucking out all his whimsy. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. I don't think it would have been. You know? He got blood on him. Gossip Land. Crime photo. So that's why he was in his costume. What if I present the picture of him instead? No. Okay. I think I'm onto something with this, but I might not be there immediately. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. We don't know what time the... We don't know what time the stage show was at versus the... Let me try and submit this. This is not right. I just can't see... Like, it doesn't make sense. How come everybody had something stolen, also? Strangled with a scarf. Then stabbed with a knife. Why did she say it like this? They're the dental records of the gun. On guard's fingerprint. Okay. That makes sense. He can't have worn it. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. I don't understand how they think that this makes sense for him to kill anyone with. It's a fucking butter knife. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Wow. The judge actually fucking remembered something for once. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? See, he immediately went back to fucking dumbass. if Mr. On Guard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He wears gloves and has like a weird claw. He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. He loses stats, he loses HP the longer that he talks. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? It doesn't make any fucking sense. He's just like saying words. So, let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? I don't understand how... Where do they think all this... Where do they... I just don't understand... When does he think this happened? You know? I don't... I mean... We had already established that he could have a motive... Well, no, he couldn't have a motive. That was our argument before, was that he wouldn't have had a motive because he was the one on top, popularity-wise. I'm gonna let it go. I can't see any real problems with his theory. But if you let Edgeworth's theory stand, then we're one very large step closer to a guilty verdict. Look at the court record again and take another shot at it. Yeah, I just have to think about it one more time. Okay, I thought they were gonna say more stuff. I thought he said Edgeworth's theory up to like he said it as if there was gonna be more that he was gonna say. So that's how I interpreted it. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. There is a problem with that because the knife came from his room and went with him to the other room. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On Guard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This came from his bedroom, or from his hotel room. This knife, this was used by Mr. On Guard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. Supposition, damn. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order! Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? Well, both of those things... Both of these make sense to me, because the murder method was actually the strangling. But this one is more earth-shattering, I think. It's to frame my client, Mr. OnGuard, of course. To frame... aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? Absolutely not. But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Jipo? She doesn't even fucking care. Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. OnGuard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. Yeah. She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? Huh, that's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida, am I correct, witness? Yeah, Edgeworth definitely is so glad that he's here. Ha ha ha, the way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So, Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe... Phoenix? Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Ms. Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Fuck. I mean... I think if she knew that Juan and Adrian were involved, then she would have gotten weird and jealous. And I could see her waiting there to confront her. But also, when she described OnGuard earlier, she talked about him disdainfully, but also as if she found him attractive. So it's like... Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna start with Adrian. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. OnGuard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... Well, this is... I see. Do you see? Are you sure? The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then, this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. It was Ace Attorney. Huh. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. You didn't need to specify. It's okay. I understand. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. She was gonna kill her and put her in the fucking dumpster. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. We're at least 15. Possibly even 16. That on guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his old manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? I think the court record is public, but sure. Sure, we can... Yeah. The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court. What? What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying? The truth is never pleasant. Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth in the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Thanks. Thanks so fucking much. They're setting me up for so much success here. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right! On guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth! Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. That's not... I've never heard that. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Okay. Okay. Alright. He's evil. Ugh. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A. But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossip Land. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? Huh, what do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Come on. Come on, bro. You can't be for real when you say these things. Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, On Guard will never get me to say touche. Okay, he thought he could ruin Juan by causing a scandal. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Don't say even I know that much, because you're reinforcing what she just said. Mr. Smith, fucking, just the biggest fucking discriminator you've ever seen. Well, that On Guard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. Okay. He sent his own manager. You don't have any proof that Mr. On Guard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything, but why do I wish I could do something about you? Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will toward Juan? I mean, maybe. I don't know, can I? Why? I don't think... I don't think I have such a thing. I'm gonna decline. I don't have anything to offer. See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. You and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. Okay. She can't condone dirty tricks. So, what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need. You were gonna teach her a good lesson? Adrian Andrews found in the dumpster the next morning? I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this! No, stop! You can relax, man. It's not dangerous. Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. This is top secret. Nobody but you and me know, apparently. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. I don't want to do that. Trepanation isn't cool anymore. Lobotomies aren't cool anymore. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? What was Lotta's note that she had? Tabloid article about the victim. Press further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got this secret information, you won't get to go home today. Damn, okay. What the fuck are you even talking about? Edgy Pooh, what are you doing? Help me! What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me. You'll get your reward. Ew. I don't like the way that you... Okay. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. Oh. Has there ever been an objection where the person was already on screen? The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside this witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering? As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. Where did Olbag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. Okay, I am gonna go try the camera. We're gonna try presenting on this one. Secret information that no one else knows. Ah! I've been attacked for 40 damage. Okay, how do you know? Hydrate. Present evidence. So, no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Olbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that! Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? I'm gonna try the camera. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh, yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. Ah, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you were the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil On Guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. You stole her shit. You stole her $1,600 camera that she spent $700 on. Haji Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Damn, bro! Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. No, we can't! She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Pile on more pressure. Fuck this lady. Whatever. If I let up on her nail, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Yeah, because it wasn't credible the first time. Ms. Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Present the fucking camera again? Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me." Why, witness! What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too. Huh. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Come on. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I fall in love, and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. No, it's not. It's simply not. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Okay. I want to know what's on there too, actually. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There was only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Okay. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ongard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? I mean, I can't do that. This is also the wrong room. Well, no, there is a bear there. It doesn't say the number. But I think this is earlier. I don't think this is at the right time. Because Juan had way more shit around his door. Before, or like later when we got there. If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. There has to be. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Literally? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, we're gonna save. Then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, you have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? I wish I could look at anything else right now. You know? Where did she take this photo from, he said. I really think it has to do with the amount of stuff around the door, but I'm not sure. There were way more bears before. I guess I can just submit it and then come back. Where's his arm at? Okay, I want to get up real quick. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I wish they would let me look at, like, anything during this. So... I'm gonna... This would have to be the right door. I think. I'm trying to imagine when we walked in there what it was like. Where are they saying that the button could have been? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, where the fuck? Dude, I love it when the build actually comes together. It's so fun. I'm just gonna go ahead and start presenting things and see what happens. The strange thing is somewhere around here, I think. Okay. So that's... yeah. There was no problem. I just want to know... there's a bad end to this case, and I want to know if this is it. Okay. Court's adjourned. Oh my god. Saving? Oh, okay. You know what it is. Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder. Do we have a picture of the... Well... How does this picture exist? When did she lose the camera? Was it after or before the murder? Also, where in his pants is that button supposed to have gone? You know? I guess there's no blood on him in the picture. Because this is supposedly after the murder. And he's clean. Like, I don't know. Let's try. Steel Samurai. Nickel Samurai. It's this person here, of course. You mean the Nickel Samurai? And what is wrong with that? At the time of the murder, Mr. OnGuard was in his own room. Which means that this Nickel Samurai is... If you think that's all it takes, you should reconsider your choice of occupation. I think it's about time you retired. Whoa. It looks like there was no problem with this photo after all. Wait, I still die? I guess I still die. I have to watch it again. Rest in peace, Matt OnGuard. I guess as soon as... If you don't immediately reload. Why does it save after that? That's like scary. Okay. Let me think about this. This picture is supposedly him coming out of Juan's room. I can't click on the bear though, so. But if this was after the murder, shouldn't there be more things around the door? Also, what's the deal with this door? Was that a thing? Also, what is this? Try the door. Okay. Okay, I wish I could see a picture of the rest of the like the hallway as we saw it. Because we were there that night. You know? What about this photo is strange? I mean, the carpet looks different here than it does inside the room. But I don't feel like that is necessarily... I can check the court record right now, you mean? Because I can't do that. I can't look at anything right now. I can only look at the picture. Unless that's not what you mean. I tried, like, the door, right? What about this blob? No, okay. I can look at the court record now. But I can't look at it after I start looking at the picture. I just feel like it doesn't... have what I need. I mean, that makes sense, but... what I don't understand is how come he's clean in this picture? It doesn't make sense. You know? Imagine if it was like the doors open the wrong way. We can't really see on this picture, but like they do show you on the picture which way the doors open. This is supposedly right after the murder. Where are they alleging that the button was stuck? Because, like, the line at the front of his pants, is that pleated inward? And it's actually two pieces of fabric together? You know what I mean? This doesn't make any fucking sense what I'm saying right now. Oh, for sure. I don't feel like this makes sense. I don't think the flowers make sense in the picture. Where's all the bears? There's only one bear. When we got there, there was 15,000. Is he wearing shoes? You can't see his feet. But you can see his feet here. So I guess the person in the costume is shorter than the actual samurai? Okay. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. I couldn't remember what he fucking looked like. To be honest. It took me 5 fucking back and forths to be able to point that out. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And? What does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. OnGuard. Also, wasn't this also a detail in the Steel Samurai case as well? That the person in the costume was a different size? What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate. With actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. Is that what you think he's doing? He doesn't look like he's holding on at all. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright. I think I've turned things around for myself this time. Oh, don't say that. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack, then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? Thinking about it. If the person in this photo is not Matt Ongard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ongard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Bro, I don't fucking know. Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Well. Who is the person in this photograph? Edgeworth is like... I think they said he was like 180 centimeters or something. But I don't remember for sure. The only person who we have focused on their size is Adrian. We have mentioned multiple times that she's small. I think that's what we said. I don't remember for sure, but I thought that was what it was. Height. 178 centimeters. But still, like... That's basically the same thing. This person made a tier list of all of the characters, like, what looks like in the entire series by height. But yeah, the only person that we have mentioned, whether or not they're tall or short, is Adrian. Adrian Andrews. If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Ms. Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ongard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ongard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ongard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. So, okay, so now we're back to how is it stuck in the guy at all without the fingerprints getting fucked up? If we're alleging that the Nickel Samurai, the person in the Nickel Samurai costume, stuck that in him post strangling, if we're alleging that, then how the fuck is... Do you know what I mean? How did they do that without touching the handle and fucking it all up? Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Drama. Order! Order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Yeah, but then, like, they mentioned that there would be glove marks, I think, didn't they? So wouldn't that still happen? Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Oh! If I don't get a verdict today, then my, Now then, we shall set Ms. Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. I guess I raise an objection. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. No, I can't do that. Sweep spot. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not... What? I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. He knows. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Ms. Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. This is the longest day in history. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Awesome. To be continued. This case has to be like the longest in one day, I think. It's gonna be fucking 10 from the sound of it. (2:14 p.m.) Dude, I can't believe that Adrian... No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So, after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a leg the entire time. Why? I read it as leg because of the line of... the line of the drawing in between, in the O. Sleeping like a leg. Yeah. I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Huh. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Garita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? They do tend to fall asleep. You know what? You're right. I'm gonna own it. I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Don't say that, it's scary. Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. He knows. He knows what's up. Somehow he has found out. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. I mean, I guess Gumshoe knows. So, it's not a stretch. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. So did they bother subpoenaing her if he already had her prepared as a witness? He already had her there. Why did we need to do that? What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ongard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. Okay, name drop it. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Oh my god, I want him to be a fucking witness so bad. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I kinda am a little bit. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Okay. When I found the body. Also, if she did it while Ongard was asleep, where did she get the costume? If it was supposed to be her that did it. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. What, you did that after you found the body? In the room? That's weird! You poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? I said offense, but she meant offense. But anyway, whatever. It was time for the show to start. She went to get Matt. And what was Mr. Ongard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ongard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It. What are you... Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Ms. Andrews, remove Mr. Ongard's knife from his room? No. She said that with a smile on her face. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. He knows that he fucking didn't. They were in school together. After that, I went to Juan's room. Okay. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon. What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. I will never give him a break ever. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? There was his dead body. Okay. You were in shock. Yeah, bro, there was a dead body. I know you need to, like, make them reiterate for your cross-examination, but when you say this shit like this, it makes you sound insane. What? Was I not supposed to be? Ms. Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. What does her looks have to do with it? Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. This is what I'm saying. I see. Okay, what she saw was the same scene as in the crime scene photo. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? With your evidence in it? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? She felt as though she was about to faint, so poured herself some juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it. Ms. Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? Can I just say, tomato juice? By itself at room temperature? Gross. Tomato juice in the fridge? Acceptable. Tomato juice on the table? Room temperature? Nasty. My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never ever? Did they not sell it there? Never mind. It's no big deal. Also, though, this does not look like tomato juice whatsoever. Not even a little bit. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's not tomato juice. What was she starting to say just now? Ms. Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what the mistake was. Actually, so would I. It comes in cans here. Traditionally, it comes in a great big fucking can, like a 2-liter can, and you open it with like the pointy part of the bottle opener. But I haven't bought a can of tomato juice like that in probably more than a decade for sure. Mostly I use it now for cooking. Actually, so would I. Okay, we said that already. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. That's embarrassing? Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? So what about the other shit in the picture? This mess of glass shards. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? Also, that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Ezra does not like it. She was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. Also, that doesn't make sense. If her elbow hit the vase, then wouldn't it have been behind her arm? So it should have fallen to the side or back against the mirror? That's what you would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to. For Maya's sake. Okay. Let's do a little save. Do a little savey save. Okay. The guitar case. Empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid. Which means that it was opened... If that's the case, then it was opened after. I'm gonna try presenting this, I guess. I guess I'll save on top of this statement so I don't have to go back. Yeah, okay. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Ms. Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all? No, think back to what Ms. Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? Well, yeah, but maybe not the case itself, but like the state of the case. It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Great. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Huh? What are you saying? It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Damn. So mean to me, what the fuck? Be nice to me. Okay, she was dazed, allegedly. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? Just staring at each other. Not the final boss. She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. I tend to die at the final boss a lot, so no shame. I died to the donut guy that one time. The donut and the... What's the other one? A square or something? I died to those guys one time, and I was really sad about it, because it was like... I felt like I had done it, and then I didn't. I wonder how different the two games are. But in the first game, one of the bosses you can fight is a donut with arms and another shape with arms. Well, Miss Anders? Yes, it was me. She must have opened the guitar case after knocking the vase over. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Yeah, she just owns- it's just hers now. She just has it to play with. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought, maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But, getting back on topic. The case was empty. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Okay, that's fucking rich coming from you, man. I don't want to hear it from you. Sorry. It's for sure less than 2 years. It's like 1.5 years. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Well, it might be 2 years now. I don't know. Yes, that's probably it. I'm not gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. I find this sprite of Mia is so awkward. It might be that the hair is up in the pearl hair, but I don't know. I don't know about this sprite. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. Like, her sprite, when you're talking to her in the lobby, is, like, also awkward, but it's because she's using Pearl's body. But this is just kind of strangely drawn in my mind. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Okay. Let's see, what do I have? She was dazed, opened the guitar case. The case was empty. The case was empty after all, she says. If she opened the case, there should be fingerprints, right? Allegedly? Like... The glass of juice has her fingerprints. But the case doesn't. There was no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Okay. We're doing this? Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah! Yeah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony. She couldn't have been wearing gloves because she left fucking fingerprints on the glass. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Almost sure. What does that mean? I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? You know why, come on. Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Of course I do. You think I would call you out on it if I didn't have anything? I have your proof right here, this wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Ugh. She had a second pair. Damn. Order. Order! Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? Don't I do it all the time? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar! The bright red guitar was at the studio. You can put other shit in a fucking guitar case. So she's saying the costume was in there. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. Come on, man. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Obviously. Yeah, there was 2 mini guitars in there, and they each had their own mini case. He had filled the guitar case full of bears. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please recall that Ms. Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. Also, why are the pieces of the... Can we see anything? No, we can't see any pieces of vase on the other side. Because, like, clearly the vase did fall onto it because there's water on it. Unless somebody came and fucking poured water on it later, I don't know. But shouldn't there be pieces around it because it opens to the other side of where most of the pieces are? I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Okay. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. Yeah, there's a hole in there, man. You can put whatever you want in there. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar... So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? I mean... Do they want me to... This is the closest thing I have, is the picture of the Nickel Samurai. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Surprise! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. I shan't. Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Ms. Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Yeah. There was a fucking spare yeah. Yeah, dog. Fuck. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Yep. Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. I hate it when you're thinking of something and you haven't quite gotten to what you're trying to say in your head, but you're already saying it. Why do we put ourselves in that situation? I do that all the time. And I have to like think about it as I'm going. Like why don't you just fucking take a second? So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Onguard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places? True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It had to be a spare costume because he was wearing his. Mr. Onguard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. Yeah, you gotta fucking just press on. You gotta say whatever you're trying to say, and as fucked up as possible, as janky, as weird. What? Why am I yawning? Jesus Christ. This happens- why every fucking- like- I don't yawn like this in normal life. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. Yeah, he wanted Anger's job, allegedly. This doesn't happen. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? Also, how did he get it? They didn't even work at the same studio. What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. Don't admit that. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Phoenix is like me, he doesn't have an inner monologue. Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. Then answer with gusto. I believe in you. That's, dangerous for you to do. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... oh, the confession, I guess. Maybe he was gonna impersonate him. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? For once? What do you think I do here? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ongard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet, however. What I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ongard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Yeah, but it is if it's the Nickel Samurai up on stage. That's what everyone else is going to see it as. Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Ms. Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. Okay, that makes sense. You! Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It's ad break time. I gotta finish my fucking career. I wasn't able to play out the whole career today because I didn't want to use my phone in case my battery ran out because it was only at 50% when the power went off. And I didn't know how long it was going to be. So we'll look at it now. Notices. Oh, the event storyline has ended. The event is gone. It's okay. Okay. How do you stop yawning? How do you prevent it from happening? It's so annoying. Okay, so I don't like how far back Buku is in friendship. She's only in green. Anyway, I wonder if I can open a pack of cards. That'd be nice. I have about half of the thing now. Oh, I can't open a pack. Please be good. Please be a good one. Please, please, please be a good pack. That would be so awesome for me. Oh, there's something in it. Whoa, it's the immersive card in the set. It's Terrapago's EX. It's like in some kind of crystal structure. The ad break is done. Cool, so I got I don't know if there's one 3-star card or 2 in this deck, or in this set. Sometimes there's 2. Usually that's on small. Oh, no, that's the only one. It said rarity complete as soon as it added it to the... Oh! I got more hourglasses. I can open another one. God, I have dopamine addiction problems. Oh, shiny Diglett. Shiny Diglett was in my pack. It's so cute. Wait, that rocks. I'm still waiting for 9-star power Cheer King Halo. I haven't raised fucking anybody for CM yet. I should start thinking about it. It's gonna be like fucking next week or something by the way that it goes so fast. Like I never expected to be happening when it happens. So every 12 hours you can open a pack. Hourglasses are the speed up for the pack openings. So like if you're like 2 hours away, you can use technically 3 hourglasses because the minutes would take you over the 2 hours. They just let you open them faster, basically. It's just a free 12 hours. Just a second. So you don't regen hourglasses, but you just regen a pack. You regen Wonder Pick stamina. Which is like you get a card out of a pack somebody else opened. But you don't get to pick which card. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Okay. And do you know what this secret of Mr. On-Guard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. It's ukulele time. I don't think she would have helped him if she didn't know what the reason was. I feel like she's not that type of person. I feel like she would have to be convinced to, because like that's her job is also, if Matt's career is gone, she also doesn't have a job. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Ongard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Ms. Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Damn, this is like the fucking third testimony she's done. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This doesn't seem correct. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. The stenographer is so done with this whole fucking court. They wanted to go back home. They wanted to go to lunch 10 hours ago. Okay, Matt was the murderer, allegedly. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things. You can't act stupid when you're a guy who makes his living on figuring out how people did things. A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. That's what I'm saying. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. I don't know if you remember anything, to be honest. May I continue now? Okay, he had to kill Juan no matter what. So, would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ongard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ongard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Ms. Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? Of course I'm grasping at straws. I know what his motive was. I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Ongard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corrito with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ongard, yet you still helped out. That's what I'm saying. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ongard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. Yes, it is! What do you mean it's none of our concern? Yes, it is! In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? I don't know, man. He didn't have an alibi. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ongard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ongard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. This is what I'm saying. Anything the fucking victim was up to. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. Interesting. He's glaring at you, smart guy. Okay, that makes more sense. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Demon Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that that makes it very decisive evidence. Ugh. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Mia! Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. She doesn't look happy about it, though. With an icy stare, yes. Ms. Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. The button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. Okay. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly. Or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Ms. Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to up her on, it has to be here, or trip her up on. But where and what? I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Yeah, like she's talking about I had to protect Matt, and at the same time she's like, yeah, I helped his arch enemy fucking murder him, or try to murder him or whatever. Try to ruin his life. Like, who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ongard at any time. Why, then, would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ongard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. That should be his podcast. And please, stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. Wishy-washy, the Pokemon? You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Are we, though? Are we gonna do that? I don't know. I had a feeling Matt was the murderer. I didn't have an alibi. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Was ripped from his costume. What? He didn't have an alibi. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. It's Matt's manager. So I felt that I had to protect him. See, this doesn't make sense to me. Because, like, why? Do you know what I mean? During his fight with Matt. It can't have been, though, I don't think, because the button has blood on it. I don't think the blood where it is makes sense if that was during the fight. Because if that was the case, then if it was ripped off during the fight, then it shouldn't have blood on it, I don't think. Okay. Apparently I was fucking wrong. Enforce a program into Windows mode. Windowed mode. That's interesting. I don't think I knew that. That would have saved my ass a couple of times, I think. How about we present the autopsy report? Okay. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it. Wait, so this is what I was saying. They just didn't like the way that I did it. I think submitting this should have been correct. Which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. I feel like this is sloppy work. Order! Order! What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this off from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? Isn't it just that they wanted to pin the crime on him? Because it doesn't make sense to destroy evidence, I don't think. The button clearly exists still. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. OnGuard. There is no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. OnGuard was set up. By the real killer, of course. Like, we've noted from the beginning that the crime scene was, like, weirdly convenient for the whoever did it. Or, like, what did he say? There was too much evidence, is what Gumshoe said. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright? Who in the world is the real killer, then? Oh, finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. OnGuard, is... I mean... Yeah. Why would they... So Adrian was already under suspicion as being the murderer. If that was the case, why are they now asking me who the killer is in this way? Wouldn't they just talk about it in the dialogue? Do you know what I mean? Imagine if I blamed poor fucking Will. But I think the person trying to frame On Guard has to be alive, I think. Unless something went wrong. But like, if they died, then there would be no reason for what's his name to be so concerned about On Guard not being convicted. Like, why would he care in that case? I don't know. I feel like they're pulling me into like a trap. I feel like they're asking me a question that feels tricky, but only because I'm too suspicious of them. Okay, let's start with Adrian and then maybe Juan, but Adrian makes more sense in this context, I think. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? Surprise. Order! 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 Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. This is the second pair of glasses that she's broken, so he owes her twice. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Three glasses. Then, what? What about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Four glasses. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. Serial killer shit, taking a fucking memento. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. Dude, sometimes when I hear about murders, I think, like, what? Like, why did you do it this way? Like, if you didn't want to get caught, and then I, like, start thinking about, like, how I would have done it, and it's like, why am I like this? A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. OnGuard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Ms. Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? She's standing on an apple box behind the podium. Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time. Ms. Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Ms. Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. Doesn't pleading the fifth, though, just make it look like you did it? Like, it just makes you look way more sus. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. OnGuard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Ms. Andrews not to testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. Haha. What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Interesting you bring that up, considering you gave me that. Ms. Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But, Ms. Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. The good lawyer. Can you imagine? No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. Somehow. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Ms. Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... tomorrow? Bro wants to go home. We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial? Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? So they are going to give him the death penalty if he gets convicted. That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... but it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Oh! It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you? I wanted to go to happy hour. It's true Ms. Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Ms. Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. Shaken, not stirred, you get it? So, my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. He's here for the real thing now. He's not here just to get a guilty. He's here for, like, the reals. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. When I found the body... Okay. That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. But you didn't knock the cup over? So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? Well, because I just thought of it just now. I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. It's time! Once again! Okay, she didn't pour it for herself. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Shit, this isn't the one I want. I want to look at the crime scene photo. I guess, yeah. I guess we can let her say that she assumed that. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ugh. Okay, she was surprised when she walked into the room and it was crazy looking. So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corrida? You can't ask her that right now. I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness? He was sitting slumped over and tired looking. Slumped over? Yeah, he would. You just think he's being a fucking sore loser. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping, with his arms hanging down like that. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Okay, the thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. On a stool? Not in the bed right next to Elvis? Anyways, that's what I thought. I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all. I mean, fucking Nick wants to fucking run it. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. Okay. You thought he fainted. I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up, so Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see. And after that, what happened next? That's a weird breakfast drink, but okay. It's a lot of acid or first thing in the morning. I mean, so's coffee, I guess, but that's when I knocked the flower vase over. And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward. And knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Okay, so then why is the juice still there? Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? It's hard to say. What do I want to present here, though? Just the juice, or maybe the picture? Because the juice is in the picture, you know what I mean? Okay. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. There's a knife sticking out of him. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? No, not to this guy. There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. This is... I forgot about that. I was just thinking about the juice. That's... Well, you see... I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? What do you mean my point is? Follow along, bro. Ms. Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Is that 6 glasses? And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you were the real killer. Oh, she got quiet. She went, no! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ongard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Ms. Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Ms. Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Okay. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ongard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ongard. Oh. We're gonna be here all fucking night. Y'all wanna go out for drinks later? Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. Putting her on the spot, huh? The absolute real truth. What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? We gotta go pick up Maya if we're going for burgers. She'll never forgive us. Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ongard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Ms. Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Ms. Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ongard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? What the fuck? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Yeah, because you're still a baby lawyer. But Ms. Andrews has to be the killer, right? Like, I like how they're really explicit about Phoenix not taking cases in between the ones that he takes in the game. Because if he said in the narration, like, yeah, I've been doing other stuff, it would make it more believable that he's, like, experienced, but he straight up has not been doing anything extra. But Ms. Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That's my only priority. Come on, Nick. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't it obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Dante did have an office. That's crazy. That's crazy that he had that. It's like, oh, how are you paying for that, the office rent? Force Andrews to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Also, because if you did this, you would be accepting the guilty, you would be accepting the verdict based on what you wanted to happen outside of court and not what actually happened in the case. So you'd be doing basically what Edgeworth was doing before. Ms. Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ongard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However... what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Bro has got fucking cards falling out of his pockets, they're so full. Ms. Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. But Mr. Edgeworth. Dude, the music got crazy. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Okay, bro. Fucking... be fucking nice about it, at least. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop, I beg you. If people find out, oh. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Damn. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? He also chose death, if you remember. However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. Is this like the fourth testimony that we've had from her today? Or fifth? When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. That's the fifth testimony. That's crazy. Well, I mean, she was pleading the fifth up till now, so I guess that it's appropriate. Stabbed the body with a knife. But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Ms. Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Ms. Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? No, Nick, come on. Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. You just don't have any other... The fucking kidnapper was at the hotel that night. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Okay. Right. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and went to pour the juice. Okay, she formulated her plan when she realized he was dead. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. She went and dashed back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. Did the picture get a little bit fuzzier when the text box popped up, or was that just me? I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Onguard's hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? She had an inconvenience. An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. Phoenix. Just imagining him, like, he's right in this case, but, like, imagine if he was wrong and he had to, like, fucking shave his head. Imagine if Phoenix fucking shaved his fucking head down to the fucking ass. Down to the bone. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Ms. Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. So that makes it sound like the way she's describing it right now makes it sound like she did not intend to use the costume at the beginning. But we know that's not the case because she was the one that had to bring it. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. So, in the show, do the Nickel Samurai and the Jammin' Ninja, do they talk in the show? They must not, right? He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? Or maybe they have voice actors. That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Onguard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's hakama. Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word! What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Onguard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. Dead silence. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, We can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. We really are talking about the Panth a lot. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. I don't like that in the judge's nodding sprite, his beard doesn't move. Like, when he tilts his head down like that, the beard moves forward a little bit, but when he nods, it doesn't do that, and I feel like that's weird. I feel like they should have moved it. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Is that his job? Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Well. Rest in peace. Whoa. It's weird seeing the chair empty. New sprite. Honestly, this is probably on screen when you get game over sometimes. But I've never seen it. Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth. What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it. Mr. Wright, I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. That's insane that you've been hanging on to that and not saying anything. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Girl. Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. Like, are we being serious right now? But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why... Oh. Witness, that card. Give it to me, hurry. Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. Really? Are we sure? That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? Yeah, she's fucking been- oh, she's been fucking using it like a fidget spinner. It's been there. Dude, what a perfect time for the ad break to happen. Wow. So anyway, Maya's dead, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna get up real quick. It's almost like it was planned. It's almost like it was left there by a serial killer. By a man with a killer in his name. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. I don't remember if I saved. So we'll do it again. 5:24 p.m. Okay, so this is the same day. We've just gone home to sulk, I guess. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. Hmm? The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. OnGuard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. Okay. Oh, I forgot my water upstairs. Shit. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective! Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. What's up, man? So, what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. That's not what that means. Like, by any means. Say what? You're always searching for things that'll prove Mr. OnGuard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Okay. Fucking shame. Alright. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like, he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He really did kind of just... He really did say that, huh? He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. Wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. OnGuard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Ms. von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Yeah, we kinda didn't talk about that again, huh? Ms. von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. She's gonna leave it in there for 40 years. Which one? What? Are you gonna visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey! You've actually got a heart, don't you? Yeah. Crazy, I know. She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. How about we don't do that? Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital? Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Fuck off. We can't go there again. You can't be serious right now. That name sends a chill down my spine. I don't want to bring Pearl there. I don't want to. I'm horrified. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. I don't want to go there. What's up? I'm suffering. We're going to the fucking clinic. Also, I forgot my water upstairs. So I have to go fucking get it. God damn it. I don't want to go here. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes. I'm Director Hottie. Haha. Why are you still here? Yes. What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Why is his hair pink? What's that about? Director Hottie? Oh. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes. What is it? Director, Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. I want you to get struck by fucking lightning. Yes, and that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all, And when I snuck up on her real secret like she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Didn't she get shot today? And had surgery today? How is she whipping anyone? I fucking hate this man. I hate him so fucking much. I can't stand looking at this guy. Oh. She's here in her normal- she doesn't even have any blood on her. Go back to your room. You're so mean, So mean, my frisky Friska. But that's good. Okay, yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes. Oh my god, you too? I also forgot my water upstairs when I brought my water upstairs to fill it when I went upstairs. And I put some fucking water in it and then I left it there. I'm gonna have to go get it. Yeah, I'm fascinated by the fact that he has a tooth in the middle of the face. But I hate this man fucking desperately. I cannot stand this man. I need him to leave. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Oh, I knew I shouldn't have come here. Be nice to me. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. What? Are you... What? I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. What did she get out of it, though? I guess just... she wanted the guilty? Ms. Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. OnGuard. Thank you. Dude, I can't fucking... I take an allergy pill every single day, and I still sneeze like this all the fucking time. What it does is keep me from being, like, murderously itchy. So, there's that, I guess. But anyway. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. OnGuard, you told Ms. Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it. It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime. That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find OnGuard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Ms. Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then OnGuard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow. I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. This sprite is like, he looks like you killed his dog. Like he looks like he's gonna go fucking John Wick on you. Edgeworth. Yeah, she did kind of perjure herself like fucking crazy. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far? But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. I guess. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. He did look fucking crazy. Witness, that card! Give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this. Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. Are you fucking serious with this name? And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin? Picture card! So, who is this Shelly the Killer? Bro, you've heard this fucking name. I feel like you should be reacting to that and not going, who's this guy? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the De Killer name. So, because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty. Jeff the Killer for real, though. If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. You see, the killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Dude, can you imagine if your name was the Killer and you became a fucking doctor? Insane. Jeff left his family behind. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. Guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? So we should have talked to him the whole time, basically, is what you're saying. Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is gonna... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Are you for fucking real right now? Are you for serious? Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. I really thought that Edgeworth knew. Yeah, I'm surprised that Gumshoe didn't blab, honestly. But also, I really thought that he knew, by the way, that he was acting in the case. Like, in court. Because he was, like, letting us drag he was, like, doing us favors to let us drag it on. This is insane, though. Edgeworth is like, yeah, we'll get a fucking SWAT team together, and Phoenix is like, no, I'll pay the ransom. Like, right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly to kill her, and the client who ordered the job is Matt Ongard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly to kill her. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Okay. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Ongard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock. Yeah, I guess not. I don't know. Maya, please, all I ask is you make it home safe and sound. Okay, it's not ad break time, but I'm gonna get up super quick and grab my water because I've been reading for like half an hour or something. So I'm gonna temporary BRB. I'll be quick. Start. Okay. Dude, if Slurp had worked on there, I would have freaked the fuck out. Can you imagine? I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. That was fucking easy. Okay, time to go take a look around. That's insane. By the way. Whoa! Bear. There's a bear. Oh, what is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. What do we have in the court record? Everything. All of it. It's interesting that they don't, just like close all this stuff away from you while you're in this scene, but anyway. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. I would like to point out that these drawers all have little smiley faces on them. Bear. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? That's clearly a stuffed animal. I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. We don't need to look at that. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. Ah, I see. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. I guess, yeah. I don't know. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. Ever? I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. That was never gonna happen. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Saddle dish. Digital broadcast. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. For a few years, my doctor had a TV, a CRT with a screen like that in the waiting room. It was the biggest TV I'd ever seen in my life. Not the biggest screen, like obviously giant flat screens are way more common now, but this was like the biggest fucking CRT of all time. I don't know. I had never seen it on, but like that doesn't mean anything either, you know? I have to assume it was like the same as any other CRT, but who's to say? Now, where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. I can. What do you mean? What? Dog door? Yeah, the TV is just pretending. Uh-oh. 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 Hang on. Okay, back. I really thought it was gonna live. I really thought the controller would live. But anyway, whatever. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? This is the Poughkeepsie tapes? Yeah, I have two controllers. The one that I just the one that the power just went out on has the worst fucking stick drift of all time, but in this game it doesn't matter. But I have two of them and I put one on the charger when I take the other one off. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ugh! It seems that your Mr. Right is truly concerned about you. He is. Why did you say that with a question mark? Of course he is. For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Yeah, I feel like Maya should be able to fit through there. Pearl could fit through there for sure, but then maybe it's not that big. I don't know. It's only really the size of the door panel. I don't know. Mr. Nick? Hmm? Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Was he imagining that? Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know? I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. OnGuard, but I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Dude, she's gonna watch fucking Finding Nemo forever. It'll be like my middle school experience. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aw. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Ongard. Oh, here you are. It's after 6 probably at this point. We got back to the office at I think 5:40, and then we went to the clinic, and now we've come here, so it's probably like 7, honestly. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Yeah, visiting hours are probably like fucking 9 to 5 or something. 12 to 5 even. Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? That's sus as fuck. This is terrible! Let's hurry! We have to feed his cat! I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. We're gonna open the door and get fucking shot in the head. That's what I think. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Ongard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Aren't they looking at the killer's shit? Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Okay, fucking Gandalf. Oh, it's you again. Ms. Olbag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised, but what I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Boy's heart. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Ah! Miss Olbag! She had a heart attack and died? Keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Huh, don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. She's not gonna fucking ask. She's not gonna tell me anything for sure. I don't believe that he has a cat. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and going anyway because I'm concerned, but I don't believe he has a cat. Here. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Ms. Olbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Hedgy poo. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Let's see here. Nobody has gone home. Honestly, if I had been summoned to court, I would fucking go straight the fuck home and go to bed. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? Huh, that man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? Okay. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Oh. She took all her dialogue options with her. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. She's straight up slapping him. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into OnGuard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. I really don't fucking care, dog. To be so honest with you. Let's snoop around. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Hallway. I guess the planters were there, but like, there's so many more plants and things around the door now. Hey, city boy! Lotta, you're still here. Reckon course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Wreck given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the year like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and beating the mouth, do y'all have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Night of the murder. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Of course not. Do you think they crossed paths? Wendy and Lotta? So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about OnGuard shoving his manager later onto Karita? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Bull dooders is crazy. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you go do your own dirty work? She doesn't want to. Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already? Jesus. He's so unnecessarily mean. Interesting that I'm allowed to go into the crime scene, but not OnGuard's room. Wha-
Mr. Nick?
What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts.
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me, watch who you're calling a demon, brat! Doinks, it's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Ms. Olbeg. What are you doing here? What is wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. I forget what her voice is now. Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it.
Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that.
Oh, alright.
Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Okay. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ongard. Oh, well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. So just you. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big, and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
The presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
No. No. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out down by a river going, "Ha, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too." Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. I don't want that. Clasping hands. Okay. Do I have anything I want to ask her about? Probably not, huh? What do we think about the...
So, the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here?
Yeah.
I can't believe Mr. Kurita went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Ongard.
Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume.
But weren't Mr. Ongard and Mr. Kurita friends?
They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals.
So, a rival is someone who is a strong enemy.
Pearls is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. I mean, I don't think that's quite it, but sure. It looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner that night.
This bottle, it's tomato juice.
We had a lot of food at the award show that night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Oh, we read that one already. I remember it. I'm so curious about all this shit.
It's so messy here.
Girls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please?
Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. Okay, we read this one. She knows what a watch is. This one looks like a dog.
Wow, there are a lot of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Or teddies.
Okay, get me out of here. I don't want to see this man ever again. I don't think I want to bear what the trauma the last case caused me.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Nothing, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see. Record companies, fan clubs. Okay, we read these ones. Circus PTSD for real. I also have it. From the staff at Global. Bathroom. Okay. Back out then. Where did they put Will? Did they hide him? Sure is dark. You're gonna open the door and you're gonna get shot in the face by a shotgun.
I'll go turn on a light.
Wow. So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu the kitty cat.
Suspicious panel over there on the door.
Shu!
Oh my god. It's really cute. So I guess this is Shu.
Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu.
The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ongard's lawyer. The Masters. Then, you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. You can't be named that. That cannot be what you're called. I'm sorry, I just don't... I just cannot... You can't tell me that's your name. You just can't. Nice to meet you. So... Shu wasn't hungry, is what you're saying. It's John A's attorney for real.
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
Was there one there?
A giant bicycle is flying through the air!
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow!
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad.
I don't understand how you don't hit your head off of it when you sit down on the couch. It is kind of cool, huh? It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh, what is with me and feeling inferior today? Don't worry about it. Door. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. I can't tell if it's over the couch or if it's further back, but it looks like it's centered in the middle of the room, so I don't know. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. Like, if you look at the chords, to me that looks like it's... I don't know. Maybe it's just really big.
Ah, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, that's how I feel about, have you ever seen those restocking videos where people just, like, take things out of the packaging and put it in, like, little organizers and shit in their fridge and all that? I refuse to believe that anyone lives in those houses. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. Ongard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean shoe.
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Yep. You can pretty much guarantee that. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. OnGuard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. OnGuard the kind to have a maid over a butler. Maybe he has both, you don't know. Mr. Doe, yeah. That's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoe. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Don't throw it into a ball and throw it away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. I'm concerned about this cat. I'm concerned about this cat. Like a lot. Like a lot. What if it dies? What if it gets killed? Okay, there's something I haven't done. I'm assuming it's in the hotel. I'm so concerned. I just don't think it's chill for a cat to live in a house that contains a guy that's killed hundreds of people. Is that weird?
I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again.
Yeah, me too.
Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot.
Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast?
Okay, let's work really hard then.
Okay. This sure is one luxurious hotel. You'd think this stuff would have gone bad by now. It doesn't, but it doesn't not mean that. Almost to the point of gaudy with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? Okay, the award ceremony. Okay, we read all this. We read all this already. Chandelier. Okay. I haven't. Oh! I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. Oh, so I was pretty spot on with my estimation then. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m., way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. What?
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. I mean, it feels like it's been 5,000 years. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good.
No, Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya.
One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time. Please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then. Okay, a little. What is with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Okay. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Didn't they just turn off their... They, like, twisted the knob on their radio thing?
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya.
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Do you know such a person? He needs to have an electronics expert look at it. Hey, Wendy? Do you know anything about these? She doesn't have anything to say to delinquents. Okay. Okay. Dude, I need Emma so bad. She would know. She would know how to do it. She's in, like, Europe or something, though. She, like, went to fucking... Who do we know that does electronics? Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal? Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've gotta be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Literally everything. What do you mean? Everything you can fucking get out of this guy before he gets his job back. Hey, do you know about radio things? Transceiver.
Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. Do we really think that Gumshoe knows about these kinds of things? It broke, pal. When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference. Are you telling me that Gumshoe knows what an EMP is? So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? It's the ballistic markings of robot. You're right. It fucking is. Do you remember degaussing the monitor?
Huh? Computer.
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened? There's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, like a listening device or something. Ah, hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Corita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. He's so excited. He's actually doing anything that is relevant to his job. Remember the sound of the CRT being on? It had such a specific noise. And then when you touched the screen, it was like kind of staticky. It felt like it felt fuzzy. Man, old technology rocks, huh? Yeah. I remember I had a CRT in my room when I was like 10. And I had it was underneath the desk, and I had my PlayStation attached to it. And I would turn it down all the way so that I could play it at nighttime when I was supposed to be sleeping. And but the TV didn't turn down all the way. At the lowest volume, it still had sound. I don't know what the deal is with that. I feel like I need to get a CRT before they all go extinct. I don't have a use for one right now, but like, you know what I mean? Just in case. What if I want to play on like original hardware or something? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I have a cabinet where I keep all my horror novels and movies and stuff, and I could put it there and play like footage from The Ring just constantly. Like the one video. Can you imagine? I want one of those mini CRTs. Remember those little tiny computers? Or, computer. You know what I mean. Yeah, 24/7, so you have to watch the video and then you die. Everyone comes in my house and dies. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh my god, did you really? I can turn links on real quick for you. I have them turned off. Or I can turn whispers on. Can I do that from here? Oh my god. I need to, I want to do a thing where you can see, where I want to have like a crawl of all the fan art that I have. Like that goes across the screen. Maybe during the starting soon or something. What would this be under? Security? No. Wait. Privacy, blocked users, story mentions, block whisper. Wait. Block whispers from okay, unless you whisper them first. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, interesting. So when you whisper someone, it turns it on, but for 48 hours specifically. That's an interesting, like, security thing. 4 to send links. That should work. do MS Paint shit. That's so cool. Okay. Okay, let me know when it's... I got a message from you, but I didn't get a link. Maybe that's turned off even when you... Do you know what I mean? Where can I... Where can I see that? Oh, maybe just... Maybe post it in chat, but like with a space or something in it. Would that work? I don't have a Twitter though. Do you think I can find it without... the dramatic music during this. Like if I go on here, what is it gonna do? Will it let me look at the website? Does it? Okay. Okay. Okay, so then... Do I just stick like x.com in front of it? Is that how that works? Oh. I didn't mean to pin that, it's so funny. Pinning just the word oof is so funny. Okay. .com/ copy paste. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so excited. Wait, okay, hang on. Look, it's me, dude. Wow. That's so sick. Oh my god. Bless you. That's awesome. Can I save this and put it in my fan art thingy? When I make my fan art thingy? Which I guess I could do now. I'm on TV for real. That's so exciting. Oh my god. It's so good. I like your style. It's so interesting. Wow. Dude, that's so exciting to me. Are you kidding? Okay. Saved it with your name on it, so Yeah, you gotta get the ukulele out. So sick, man. Hang on. I have to fix the file name that I put on it. Because I put your Twitch name, but that's not really... You should put your Twitter name on it. Rename. Housekeeping in the background? Okay. Okay, it's in my folder. What I'm gonna do is make like a crawl on the starting soon screen that like pulls out of the folder. I think that would be cool. Man. Oh, that's so cool. The fuck? Okay. I don't remember what we're talking about. We're going somewhere. Where are we going? The hotel. We're going to the hotel. I'm so distracted now. Okay. Hallway. Yeah, I want like a little baby CRT. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have the, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, he couldn't get in, he was locked out. I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow! So this is a bug sweeper.
Didn't we use this picture for something else before? Why do I recognize this? Specifically the rod at the top, the antenna. It looks a little broken. Really? That's interesting. I remember having a really small screen TV and having to upgrade it because when I moved onto the PS3 from the PS2, all of the text was really small because they expected you to have a bigger TV. And I was like, I can't play like this. I can't fucking read what it says. I think it was like literally like a 14-inch flat screen. Like it was tiny. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. What the fuck? Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Why didn't you become, like an engineer?
Your heart and soul?
It'll work. Trust me, pal, it'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity, so it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. Dude, he could have been so— could you imagine him as like a fucking roboticist? He's good at it. He made that when he was a child.
So we're gonna find it, right?
Right. Now, first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-y-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the X button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye on him. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Wow! Oh. Whoa. Lamp. Lamp check. Listening device? No.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. As if he left them all on? TV. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places.
Looks like the TV was left on, and it's now showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. I mean, she can still get good at Japanese. What the fuck's your problem, Nick?
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here.
A cell phone.
Oh, what? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. Bro, she lives in a fucking village 3 hours away from town.
I'm sorry, I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Korean Village. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so... That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? All they do is eat burgers over there. Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Phone. Oh. The phone. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Do they have phones in Kurain like normal ones?
Wow! You know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. Can't put them back together, though. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe.
So? Is there a listening device in there?
No. And I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. No. Imagine if it was in the tomato juice. Lamp, check. Listening device, no.
There are a lot of lamps in this room.
Okay, we already checked. That's the same dialogue. It's interesting to me. It's gotta be in a bear, right?
Oh, what a lovely bear.
Ugh! This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
It's a robot? It's a real robot?
Yeah, it's a real one.
Mr. Nick?
Yes?
How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, oh my fucking god. Look at this guy upside down. He's so cute. I'm avoiding the most obvious things.
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean?
No, not yet, but this bear's eye is...
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got.
No, you can't! Such a violent act.
Oh!
No!
He's doing violence. It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A what-emitter? Come on, Phoenix. You can't say you know what a transceiver is, but you don't know what a transmitter is. Fuck off. A transmitter, pal.
Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
Yeah, basically. So, this tiny thing is a camera. Yup, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems. Dude, he sounds so confident when he's talking about this. Dude, he... Oh my god. He's ruined his life. This is my worst fear, by the way. Choosing a career path and then discovering that you're really good at something, you should have done something else. But that's my worst fear. So, it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder.
So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right. Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at the time of the murder. Wait, so did it turn back on then? Is it just programmed to run every 8 p.m.? Or is it that 8 p.m. specifically? So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. It's a clock-like thing. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because the bear alarm went off. And then the thing happened.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Hell yes. We're finally getting somewhere.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
And it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. Yeah, they really did. They just wheeled this thing in here. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out? I mean, I can't imagine that there is. I got it! What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Okay. Oh, yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Okay. Bye.
He's gone.
Yeah.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man, even though he horrifies me existentially every 5 minutes. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? I was waiting for an identifier. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. He's saying things that go against the teachings for sure. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? Why do you know that? The camera and the transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really?
Well, I guess so. Nick doesn't fucking know. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. Edgeworth carrying a giant bear under his arm, leaving. See you soon, right? Wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Kurita? Yeah, I'm imagining him getting stuck in the doorway. It's too wide for him to take it on his hip. So then he would have to like tilt it so he could get it out. It's the whole thing. The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Okay. Juan Carita's real killer. Miss Andrews passed? The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. OnGuard? Yeah, exactly. And this card, Shelly the Killer. He's hitting the doorframe. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. I just noticed that against the black background, Maya's sprite kind of has some like little artifacts around the edges. I wonder what that's about. It's like when they removed the background, they fucked it up. But like they shouldn't have had a background in the first place. They should have done it transparent. Oh.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it?
The window is still so bright.
I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
This is crazy that you just... okay. Maya was never real. So the real person who killed Mr. Carita was...
that assassin. Mr. Shelly the Killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. It's insane that you're talking to an 8-year-old girl about this, just saying.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... no, it can't be.
Matt OnGuard himself.
If Mr. OnGuard really did hire the assassin,
then he's not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. OnGuard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him...
Mr. OnGuard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Carita? Alright, just so we're clear, dude, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carita, okay? I didn't kill anyone, specifically. I didn't see any psyche locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. I'm noticing that, quote-unquote John Doe has the left eye covered, and Matt has the right eye covered.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. They're brothers. That's gotta be it. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Do you think, if you zoom out to the sprites, they fuse and then they just have no eyes at all? Do you think the sprites have a full body, or are they just the above the waist?
Mr. OnGuard's secret? What is the secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Carita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. OnGuard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Carita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. OnGuard. There's no way around it now. Yeah, I guess they probably only do it for specific like moments like that where they have to show the legs for some reason. I'm assuming they just, like, draw so far down and then stop. Like a bleed line. But in a video game.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Dude, she's 8 years old. You should be, like, getting her ready to go to bed. Maybe not putting her to bed immediately, but, like, it's 9 p.m., dude. She's supposedly growing. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Ongard, and Ms. Andrews' real intentions. These are 2 things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Okay, that's optimistic, but whatever. Gatewater Hotel. You have to leave, dude. Hey, wait. What is it, Whippersnapper? Oh! I didn't know that was a thing. That's interesting. All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason, and I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgypoo, so... Edgeworth. And he said, if you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Objection.law. Sure, I guess. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. He has never claimed to be your friend. No, I don't think so. I've been sent, fan animations a bunch. But that's all. This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
Wait, you can just fucking have a trial? That's crazy. It means, well, you know, that gossip that's going around about my dear Juan. When fan-made online site where people can create cases was said, I thought that meant, like, writing a script and, like, making, like, a video out of it. But you're saying that this is, like a fucking improv exercise. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. Oh, you can do both. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. So, she's just mad that Lotta went and did it by herself and didn't include her. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. She's so scary sometimes. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard.
That manager? Who are you talking about?
You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married, you mean to Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... That is far more interesting than what we've been told so far, which is just basically that she killed herself. And we had no explanation as to why.
Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was gonna get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What?
They were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. It does indeed have a hammer. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. See. This picture is fucking crazy. That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
For free? Dude, when does this game get good? Okay. Can I show her anything else right now? Suicide report. Okay, she doesn't care about... She doesn't care what I have to say. I don't remember what we were doing before we ran into her. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. In this room? In this room that holds 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 24, 48 chairs? Huh. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Okay. Hey, you wanna know what's fucking crazy? I have found, get this, 5 giant spiders in my house so far this spring. I don't mind spiders, but they're like a little bit too big. You know what I mean? They're just like a little bit. Seats for the spectator, okay. But it's too bad neither event is gonna be held now. I don't think we have anything to really... Dude, if only I was in Australia, this would make so much more sense. No, it's not advisable, honestly, to use that kind of pest control, because they go out and get eaten by other critters that then also get poisoned. So it goes like up the food web instead of, you know what I mean? We're going to the detention center. Anyway, I've been catching them in cups and putting them outside. I don't want my cat to inadvertently eat one. I have an uncle that was in the army for years, and he was in Afghanistan with the Canadian Army, and he said that there's giant camel spiders there that they would put their boots upside down when they went to bed, and then they would have to tap them out in the morning to make sure there wasn't fucking giant spiders in them. Like, I can't even fucking imagine. Is that crazy lore? I feel like a lot of people have at least one family member that was military of some kind. Is that not common? I have like several.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Onguard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. The horn came from... My grandfather went to, like, fucking... I want to say Bosnia? Anyway. That's where that came from. Okay, they found the person they've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the On-Guard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Mr. Edgeworth up to now? Yeah, if only.
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this? I can't see any way to win here. I'm so afraid that it's gonna be Larry. Oh yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did. Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content? It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. They're fucking ready. They know. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ongard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? I can only pick one? You're telling me I can only pick one? I want to talk to Adrian more, but I feel like Matt is going to have more information for me. But then, what's he gonna... Is he gonna fucking give me any of it? You know? But then Adrian might also be, like, in, like, catatonic by now, so, like... Who's to say? I want to talk to her more than I want to talk to him. I don't want to have them in the same room because I don't trust him to fucking try to come up with something. Yeah. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight.
Me?
I thought your client was mad. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Ongard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ongard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment toward Mr. Ongard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. That sounds not true, but okay. About Miss Celeste Inpax. I had finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. I can't take this picture seriously, I'm so sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Dwan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want it to spread just like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Yeah, like, does she know what it said? Why did you try to frame Mr. Ongard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? That's a lot of faith in the... Oh. I pressed the button twice by accident.
Miss Andrews?
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
Oh. Oh. It's a little one. A psyche lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But...
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge. Okay. Sure. I feel like I keep waiting for this thing to not be charged anymore for some reason. You know what I mean? Why frame him? Alright. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ongard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ongard. Ms. Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why. There's the little electric prongs on it. What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. I mean, is it not just Celeste? Celeste. There was only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. Dude, imagine? What are you trying to say? Though did she have it on her, or did she just charge it? We had to... How did we get her to trust us again? I don't remember. Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. OnGuard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Yeah, okay. We got the dead Magatama and then showed it to Pearl, I think. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? I must be able to. But maybe I don't have that. Maybe I should have talked to Matt first. Shit. I don't think I have anything right now. Because we have almost no... Okay, I'll go back. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Alright. So, how do I talk to Matt? Can I not? Or do I leave and come back? Oh.
It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronics stores.
Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
It looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe was doing for us.
Mr. Nick?
Yes?
Where is the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Like, ever in your life?
Aw, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Does he even have a fridge in here? 10 minutes. Okay, okay. Okay. Let's see when we get out of Matt in 10 minutes. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Okay. Thank you. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt OnGuard. What's wrong? Mr. OnGuard, there is something I must know with 100% certainty. Huh, you seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. Am I not? Are you sure? About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is? Please. Here it is. That's a lot. That's so many. I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick? Don't tell me.
Psyche locks. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Yeah, I'm gonna need it, I think. Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews. She had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Kurita. Her mentor was Mr. Kurita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impax's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Meh. Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick? What's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay? Ugh, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Why? Are they... Why? Huh? Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? Okay, you're such a fucking shithead. Mr. On Guard. Are you connected to Miss Impax's suicide in some way? I mean... fucking probably. 500 caviar. Maybe. He asked for something ridiculous. That is so many. Like, that's too fucking many. Matt's secret. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Okay, so can we... Oh. I need the camera and stuff back. Yeah, I don't... Okay. There's something I haven't done then elsewhere. I thought we were coming here to do this now, but maybe... Whomst? Oh, Mr. Wright. Please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Oh! Mr. Powers.
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm gonna testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looks suspicious or something. Huh, well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? Kinda. So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you gonna talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important. What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
Come on, Pearl, you know. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game, to justify himself.
What? How horrible! That's unforgivable!
Ow. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. But, you know, he said once that There's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know? Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Are you not considered a celebrity? A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? That's what I'm saying. No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Why doesn't he get into, like, action movies where he's, like, a villain? Oh, hey! So, did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impact's? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day. About that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright? Why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Yes, exactly. He would be perfect. Dude, can you imagine if he was Ralph? He's Ralph. Who is Vanellope? Pearl, I guess. She's the smallest cast member. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. That's fucking weird. I'm sorry. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. Is that a piece of grass? What is that in his mouth? We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Kurita?
Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man." A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. See. Well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. So, did he just tell me everything that they told him not to talk about? Mr. Ongard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Yeah.
Mr. Nick, your phone!
Wait, didn't we just have a scene earlier where she didn't know what a phone was? Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth. Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end, Hello? You got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together.
Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. Okay. I think that's a pretty good place to stop. It says the ad is gonna start in 2 seconds, allegedly, so I'm gonna slash raid real fast. Okay, so today's Friday. We'll be back on Monday with Pokemon. And then Thursday we play this again. I don't know if we'll finish on Thursday or Friday. I'm assuming we'll play all of Thursday, but I don't know how long this case is. Anyway, I hope everybody has a good night, and we will be back on Monday. Have a good weekend. Bye!